Good evening everyone and welcome to those present in the gallery, and I declare this meeting open on Wednesday the 12th of June 2024. The City of Swan acknowledges the traditional custodians of this region, the Whadjuk people of the Noongar Nation, and their continuing connection to the land, waters and community, and we pay our respects to elders past and present and their descendants. I'd just like to read the disclaimer that the terms and conditions of entry into this meeting are posted on the door as you enter, and please ensure that you have read them prior to attending this meeting and abide by them. Tonight's attendance and apologies. We have councillors in attendance tonight, but we also have Councillor Ian Johnson, the Deputy Mayor, and Councillor Hayden Miles attending electronically. Good evening. And we have leave of absence. We have nil, but we also have apologies from Councillor Singh from Out Home Ward. Part 4, declarations of financial and proximity interests and interests affecting impartiality. Councillor Johnson declared an impartiality interest in item 15.1. Councillor Aringo seating positions in council chambers as the motion moves his seating position. Councillor Johnson declared an impartiality interest in item 15.2, Councillor Bowman's revocation motion to revoke the appointments to the CEO Performance Review Panel as it removes him from the CEO Performance Review Panel. We had also a declaration from Mr Stephen Kane, the CEO, declared an impartiality interest in item 15.2, Councillor Bowman revocation motion to revoke the appointments to the CEO Performance Review Panel as he has raised concerns on the issue of bias by some panel members. Are there any other councillors that need to submit a declaration of interest?
Through the Chair, Madam Mayor, we have two declarations of interest, one from Councillor Howlett in item 15.2, declaring impartiality declaration, the second from Councillor Catalano on item C 15.2, also declaring an impartiality declaration.
Thank you very much. If there's any others, please hand them up to the CEO, and your forms will be under the desk in the drawer. And we move on to part 5, public question time. Questions and answers recorded in the minutes of the meeting may be summarised in accordance with the Local Government Administration Regulations of 1996. All questions received for this meeting have been answered and responded to and have been included in this schedule. All questions will be published in the minutes of this meeting also. 5.1, answers to questions which were taken on notice, we had nil. And part 5.2, questions relating to reports contained on the agenda. And 5.2.1, questions of which due notice has been given, as you'll see provided Ms Mary Despot on item 14.2.2, the response to parking petition on Leslie Road in Middle Swan, and those answers have been provided in that sheet. So 5.2.2, questions without due notice for items on the agenda only. Is there any member of the public wishing to ask a question on an item on the agenda tonight? Yep, if you'd like to come up. You'd just like to introduce yourself and turn the microphone on, and you can ask your question.
Yes, I'm Wayne Best. Good evening, Mayor and councillors. On the extraction licence in Rain Road, I'd like to ask if the heavy haulage trucks that are running, will they be running under permits, and will they contribute to the upkeep of the road?
Thank you very much for your question, Mr. Les. I'll just ask through Mr. Coaten if you could provide an answer to that. Or no, go through to Mr. Russell.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The movement of trucks into the property at Reen Road for the purposes of transporting material out of the property and their return to the property won't be able to occur unless this application is approved. And in the recommendation to Council, there is no condition recommended that the applicant or owner of the property makes a contribution to the upgrade of Reen Road. So we did not consider it necessary for this application to be so conditioned.
Thank you very much, and thank you for your question.
So,
is there a further question?
Yes, that means he can run any size truck in there, any combination.
Through you, Mr. Russell.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. No, he would need, if he's looking at running a vehicle that is oversized by way of length or width or height, you would need approval from Main Roads to run such vehicles. It's not an as-of-right vehicle, so we can't run non-as-of-right vehicles along Reen Road without the prior approval of Main Roads. And there's no suggestion in this application that the applicant is seeking to utilise vehicles that are not as-of-right vehicles.
All right,
Thank you very much. I'll just ask, is there any other member of the public that wishes to ask a question on an item on the agenda tonight? All right, thank you very much. Might just, oh yes, hi, evening. Through you, Mr. CEO.
Thank you. It's open to anyone to ask a question.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, CEO, and thank you, councillors, many of whom I know. As you know, I'm the Mayor of the town of Bassendean. I do note the item on your agenda, which is the boundary realignment discussions. I would like to ask how many meetings you have engaged with the town of Bassendean. I only know of one, which was the 22nd of May, but I do understand at a meeting which I think was 2 months ago, that there were statements made that there had been conversations with me on the telephone, which I believe is incorrect. So I want to know how many discussions you believe you've had with our CEO and Mayor regarding boundary realignments.
Thank you. I can confirm for myself, there was one phone call to yourself and one meeting that I'm aware of with the CEO, yourself and our CEO. And
Okay.
you can confirm through the CEO if you like.
So that phone call was
Just-
myself ringing you.
Yes.
And to express interest in discussing boundary realignments. And I actually know the topic of that conversation was that you were going to discuss the matter with your CEO and come back to me, but that did not happen. So
I'd just like to just make a comment just there. This is a question.
Yes.
So now you're providing more detail to that,
Yes.
which...
So that's fine. I'll sit down and take
Thank
my
you.
place. Thank you.
Now, are there any other questions from anyone in the gallery regarding any of the items on the agenda tonight? No? I'll just get someone to pop up and just turn... One coming back?
On the agenda.
The question on the agenda for tonight? Sorry. No, that's okay. So then we'll just move on. The next is 5.3, other questions to items not contained in the agenda. It was 5.3.1, questions of which due notice has been given, and they were Ms Mary Despot, and those questions and answers have been addressed in the program. We move on to 5.3.2, questions without due notice. Is there any member of the public wishing to ask a question on an item not on the agenda tonight? No questions?
There's one back, Madam Mayor, at the back.
Oh, yes. If you'd like to come up. You'd just like to turn the microphone on and introduce yourself, and then you can ask your question.
Hi, my name's Andrew Butler. For some time now, I've had a problem with the City of Swan trucks doing circuit laps past my street in a 4-street format. It's been going on for 2 years now. I've just had enough. I have complained several times to the City of Swan desk. I've put in an official complaint recently. The ball is now rolling. What is happening is in the afternoon, trucks are coming in off Great Northern Highway onto Bishop Road. They can't enter the works yard.
Thank you, Mr Butler. I'm just going to ask whether you actually have a question that we can put to staff to ask for you, or whether we can get a response for you to this situation, because this is where we ask a question. And I understand there's background behind that, but if there's a question that you can ask, we can put it to staff, or we can have them contact you to see if we can provide more detail.
Yeah, I'm asking for it to stop.
Okay, is there an actual question, though, regarding the situation that you would like answered tonight, or that we might be able to... Do you have a question for staff?
I don't know. I'm not too up with this. I just want to put forward what is going on
All right,
here. So
Sure.
you people in the council
thank you.
know it's happening.
Are you able to provide... Do they have your contact details? And Mr Coton can provide some feedback, okay?
Okay.
If you can leave that with Who can we leave that
All right.
details with?
That's it? Okay.
Okay, we can.
Mr. Coaten to address that.
Would you like to speak to Mr. Coaten?
Through you, Madam Mayor, and to answer Mr Butler's question, we are aware of that issue and it is being investigated.
Okay, thank you, and staff will be in touch with you to discuss that. Question?
What address does Mr Butler live at?
If you'd like to provide that.
16 Ferguson Street, Middle of Swan.
Thank you very much. Okay, are there any other members of the public wishing to ask a question on an item that's not on the agenda? Question? If you'd like to come up and introduce yourself.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Christine Hughes, Woodbridge, and my question relates to Local Planning Scheme 17. Recently, Mr Russell advised me that the clearing of non-native vegetation is exempt from a development approval process. My question is then on the converse to that, when native vegetation is to be removed, what is required to inform any decision as to whether or not approval would be granted?
Thank you very much. I'll ask through you, Mr Russell.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll take Ms Hughes' question in this fashion. What she is asking is, what is the determination criteria for assessing an application for the removal of native vegetation? Well, very simply, what we'll look at is the rationale for removal. With vegetation, we'll often look at, is it necessary because it's causing some form of damage, whether the vegetation is dying, whether the vegetation contributes to a bushfire issue that needs to be mitigated, whether the vegetation is rare or declared, and to what extent the vegetation singularly or in aggregate contributes to the amenity of the land on which it's situated and the immediate locality is generally the broad criteria for consideration.
Thank you, Mr Russell. Did you have a further question?
Yes, just in terms of understanding that, it was really a question about process. I understand the criteria, but how do you elicit that information? And I suppose I want to know, does the city require, in the case of native vegetation, the person or the applicant to provide documentary evidence from some sort of expert, or is it the city who undertakes that assessment?
Thank you. Through you, Mr Russell.
Through Madam Mayor, as I indicated, one of the starting points is to understand what is the reason for someone clearing the native vegetation. And if it's, as I said, singularly or in aggregate, we may well require an arborist. If it's about the health of a single piece of vegetation or tree, what is the state of the tree? If it's more broadly, we will often require or request an environmental consultant to assess the value of the tree or trees, and we generally are looking at the trees classification or the vegetation's classification utilising the Keary scale, and we'll apply that. And our general disposition is that we are looking to retain more broadly native vegetation that has a rating on the Keary scale of good or better. That has been certainly, in my time here, the general disposition around trying to preserve vegetation, certainly through development, subdivisions, etc. But on an individual tree basis, yes, we generally require the proponent to provide qualified evidence as to why it needs to be removed and the health of that tree through an arborist report.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms Hughes. Now, I'll ask just one more time, is there any other questions from any member of the public wishing to ask a question on an item not on the agenda? No. Thank you very much. And we move to public statement time. So registration for public statement time at council meetings was required by 10 a.m. on Wednesday the 12th of June 2024. And we have Miss Christine Hughes, the first for a 2-minute deputation relating to trees. Thanks, Christine.
Thanks, Mayor and councillors. Sorry to be on the same thing, So I've just canvassed that Scheme 17 exempts non-native vegetation from the DA process. And of course, if it's native, and so native is to be protected in terms of a process. However, native is not defined in the scheme, but the practice here at the City of Swan is that the narrowest interpretation is applied, which is native to Western Australia. Councillors, this makes no sense. Trees flourish according to their growing conditions and their climatic zones, not the arbitrary overlaying of a border. WA, for example, ranges over 3,500 kilometres tip to tip over several climate zones. A boab tree will do well in Broome or Derby, but not well in Ellenbrook. Yet its native status would rank it higher than, for example, Eucalyptus cladocalax, the sugar gum, which has already demonstrated it has adapted and can live for 100 years. So what we value about mature trees includes their canopies, the aesthetic value, their environmental value, not their origins. Whether it's bird poo indiscriminately dropped over the rabbit-proof fence or in someone's pocket, it matters little. It's about their successful adaptation. So in my view, we need to broaden our definition to protect well beyond West Australian natives and indeed perhaps beyond Australian natives. There are a number of, if you look at your recent publication, your urban forest, got some superb photographs of majestic trees. More than half of them would not be protected under the current local planning scheme. That seems mad when you have mature trees that have high value and do well. So my request is that you give consideration. And yes, the WAPC would resist any change. They're not looking at impediment to development, but if you don't challenge, nothing changes. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that statement, Ms Hughes. Now, councillors, tonight we had nil petitions submitted, and Part 8, deputations. All deputations for items on the agenda were heard at the Agenda Forum, which was held on the 5th of June 2024. Part 9, announcements by the presiding member and myself. We have 3 fantastic awards tonight. Just let you know that the City received 2 awards for its 2022-23 annual report at last month's Australasian Reporting Awards, and that was held in Sydney. And the City received a bronze award for our annual report, which was recognition of our commitment to transparency and clear communication with our community and stakeholders, which is this one just here, in case everyone wants to have a look at the beautiful award, and I'm sure that we'll get that framed up there. The City also won Best Cover Design from hundreds of entries, and the front cover of our annual report was designed in-house by our graphic designers, and that was Matthew Marino. And it features key elements of our city and tells our story. There's the beauty of the Swan River and our natural environment, alongside elements of our modern history in the Swan Valley, the vineyards, and our Midland Town Hall. The front, centre and tying it all together is our ancient Whadjuk Noongar culture, which is at the heart of our past and present and future. And the second congratulations was to recognise one of our local police officers and a member of our Reconciliation Action Plan. And I'm sure many of you will know this face here. This is a special award, and this was for Senior Constable Bevan O'Donnell. Some of you might know him from our rap group. And if you haven't met Bevan yet, he is a tremendous asset to our community, and he's been part of the Midland community for more than 20 years. So Senior Constable O'Donnell received the Australian Police Medal, which is the, in brackets, APM, as part of the King's Birthday 2024 honours list, which was announced yesterday. And only 4 people from WA received this award, so it's a pretty huge honour for us to have him and have him also in programs at the City of Swan and out in the community. Just let you know that he served the Western Australian Police Force for, I said, almost 20 years, and initially as an Aboriginal Police Liaison Officer, and then he became a police officer in July 2007. He's excelled at helping local Indigenous people who have needed additional support and guidance, and he's always willing to assist either on or off duty, and very well respected, very friendly and very approachable, lovely community member, and especially with our local Indigenous groups in Midland and the wider community. In 1987, along with his three brothers, he helped establish the Wally Bates Memorial Boxing Club in Midland. If you haven't ever been down there and you get a free moment to go down and see that program, it's a fantastic asset as well for us in Midland, because you'll find many youth attending there and they've become leaders among their peers and also quite adept at boxing. He's actively involved with the Moorjitch Marmon Strong Men group in Midland, and that was established to support local Aboriginal men who were struggling in many facets of their life. He's instrumental in Project Dismantle, which brought together Indigenous and other cultures over a 6-week period to reassemble and fix broken bicycles so they could be returned to local children and charity groups. Senior Constable O'Donnell often goes above and beyond his remit as a police officer, liaising with various agencies to help identify and support elderly Indigenous people who don't have the ability to leave home or access local services. That ensures that those vulnerable members of our community are also kept safe. He's got a wonderful ability to work across the cultural divide and provide that compassionate policing service to vulnerable members in the community, and, you know, highlighting his significant contributions to the Western Australian Police Force with his specialised skills and knowledge. So we thank Senior Constable Bevan O'Donnell for his service to our community. So I think that is worth a round of applause. And as I said, if you haven't met him, get out and meet Bevan. And the final award is the city received a highly commended award for its Stock Road project at the annual National Growth Areas Alliance Awards last week when we were in Sydney. And this, acknowledged that very big economic impact this road will have on expanding the city's future for Bullsbrook, particularly in the industrial area, and the successful advocacy by the city in attracting federal funding for that project. So it was really fantastic to be recognised for that. I mean, it's hard if you haven't been on the project, but knowing what the City of Swan are doing and our staff to, submit these projects, to complete these projects and then to be awarded for their work is a lovely part of that recognition. And we'll put those up on display as well. Now, just like to move on to leave of absence. Are there any councillors wishing to apply for a leave of absence? If there is, just grab a form and fill that out. I've got one here for Councillor Dave Knight from the 1st of July 24 to the 28th of July. Is there anyone against? We're going to move it first. Councillor Bowman and Councillor Jones as a seconder. Is there anyone against? Thank you. Hold that there. And we move on to part 11, confirmation of minutes. So 11.1, confirmation of minutes of the special meeting of council held on April the 29th, 2024. 11.2, confirmation of minutes of the ordinary meeting of council held on May the 8th, 2024. And 11.3, the confirmation of minutes of the special meeting of council held on May the 29th. Can I ask for a mover, Councillor Bowman, and a seconder? Who have we got first? Was that Councillor Jones? Sorry, was that? Councillor Ringo. Oh, Councillor Ringo. Thank you very much. And part 12, business left over. Sorry. Or was there anyone against? No one against? That's carried. And part 12, business left over from the previous meeting, if adjourned, there was nil. And part 13, adoption of those recommendations contained in items not withdrawn. So for the benefit of the community members observing this meeting, the council uses an en bloc method of decision making. And this means that the agenda items where council supports the officer recommendations are not debated separately. One vote is taken on all of the items and the officer recommendation is therefore the decision of the council. The following items have not been withdrawn for individual consideration and they will be dealt with via the en bloc vote. Therefore, the officer recommendation will be the decision of council. And the items are 14.2.3, the Community Safety Plan, 14.4.1, South Guildford Replacement BMX Track, 14.5.1, Financial Management, a report for the period ended 30th of April 2024, and 14.5.2, List of Accounts Paid April 2024, 14.5.4, the Change in Basis of Valuation, and 16.2, the mandated ministerial reporting of significant audit findings, and these are in the confidential agenda. Can I ask for a mover, please? A mover, Councillor Jones, and a seconder? Councillor Henderson, thank you. Is anyone against? No one against, that's carried. Okay, we move on to part 14, reports. Withdrawn for debate or absolute majority vote is required. The following reports have been withdrawn for debate in accordance with the Meeting Procedures Local Law 2023 and will be dealt with by Council individually. 14.1.1, the Annual Review of Delegations of Authority 2024. Proposed motion, Councillor Henderson. Councillor Henderson, if you'd like to read out your alternate motion.
Thank you, Mayor. I move that Council resolve to 1. Adopt the officer's recommendation and added recommendations 3, 4 and 5 as follows. 1. Revoke Delegation 2, appointment of authorised persons. 2. Adopt the amended delegations of authority from Council to be the CEO, brackets including Council appointed authorised officers, close brackets, as attached. Adopt new authorisation 37, appointment of restricted investigators under the Tobacco Products Control Act 2006 as attached. 4. Adopt new authorisation 38, registration, enforcement, orders and prosecutions under the Public Health Act 2016 as attached. 5. Modify Delegation 22, powers, duties and functions, brackets, Bushfires Act 1954, close brackets, with the following council condition. Commencing the coming 2024-25 fire season, the annual fire hazard reduction notice, brackets, fire break notice, close brackets, is presented at an ordinary council meeting for endorsement on a yearly basis. And the reasons for the motion. 1. The current annual bushfire notice is by order of the council, but from the Bushfire Advisory Committee, which is not elected by the residents. 2. To ensure ratepayers are afforded due process in the consultation stages prior to the notice being delivered. 3. For the avoidance of doubt, differentiates that authorisations are not delegations and need to be approved.
Thank you, Councillor Henderson. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Bowman? Are there any councillors who wish to speak against the motion? No councillors? And we'll put that... Does anyone like to speak against it? No. No one wishes to speak? Then that motion is carried. Okay. There. So we move on to 14.2.1, boundary discussions with the Town of Bassendean on page 59. Proposed motion, Councillor Bowman. Councillor Bowman, if you'd like to read out your alternate motion, thanks.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Madam Mayor, I move that Council resolves to 1. Note the information contained in this report and not progress any consideration of a boundary adjustment with the Town of Bassendean. And 2. Provide written advice of this analysis to the Town of Bassendean and residents within the suburb of Guildford by direct mail letter. And the reason for the slight change is to ensure all Guildford residents are notified.
Thank you, Councillor Bowman. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Zanino? Are there any councillors who wish to speak against the motion? Councillor Catalano? Councillor Bowman, would you like to speak to the motion?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Councillors, at the March meeting, I moved an alternative motion that was to support to the officer's recommendation, which was to change the officer's recommendation, which was to request the Mayor and the CEO meet with the Town of Bassendean Mayor and CEO to ascertain their receptiveness for collaboration to development a joint proposal in relation to potential boundary changes for consideration by the Local Government Advisory Board, and B, that a further report be provided to Council on the benefits to the city of any changes to the southwestern boundary of the Town of Bassendean. And I think it was important that I just raise what the reason was that I put forward for the alternate, and that was so community support had been shown and at least a discussion with the Town of Bassendean is warranted. Councillors, the CEO and Mayor have met with Bassendean, as we heard before, and what we have before us is the further report we requested. The report was to and does include the benefits to the city, albeit as there is limited benefits for a boundary adjustment for the city, it is somewhat light on. It is, however, clear to me from the officer's report why Bassendean would like, perhaps even need more ratepayers. Bassendean, in their press release yesterday, stated, amongst other things, indicates the narrow scope of the report, a preference for collaborative boundary review, and they are committed to exploring boundary adjustments. Is this because there are benefits to the town of Bassendean? However, the report was to clearly show if there was any benefits to the City of Swan. Currently, 92% of rateable properties in the town of Bassendean are residential. Residential rates in the town of Bassendean are higher, and this year they look to see a 5.63% increase in the town of Bassendean rates. In fact, their strategic budget policy states rates will be based on the Perth annualised CPI rate plus a minimum of 2%. When was the last time the City of Swan rates increased more than CPI? Perhaps someone could advise. Guildford currently has $1.2 million spent annually on its parks and streetscapes, etc. This is a significantly higher proportion to other suburbs in the Guildford Midland ward. In fact, nearly double. Could this continue? The analysis in the report against the 8 guiding principles of the Local Government Advisory Board for a proposal to amend boundaries of a district further illustrates and provides little to no benefits for the City of Swan residents. Discussion has been had. We've had the report and it clearly shows no benefit to the City of Swan and no benefit for the residents of Guildford.
Thank you, Councillor Bowman. Councillor Zanino as the seconder.
Nothing further to add, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. I'll ask Councillor Catalano to speak against the motion.
Thank you. The annual electors meeting requested a review. What we have received here is not a review. Members of the community have told me that it is an insult to their intelligence. They say the anonymous document is obviously not independent and looks as if it was tacked on to the officer's report. And I agree. The document is purporting to be a review, but it makes our city look like a laughingstock because it claims Guildford and Bassendean have no common history. It claims Guildford was founded in 1829 and Bassendean founded in 1822. This is laughable because it isn't remotely true. The buildings in both towns are predominantly Federation style from the late 19th century and early 20th centuries. That's a fact that can't be disputed. There's very little information about what took place at the meeting between the representatives from the two local governments. The report says the town of Bassendean representatives expressed a preference for the two local governments to engage an independent party to undertake a review that also considers the suburbs from the Altone ward. But that isn't reflected in the officer's recommendations. It appears to me and others in the community that the City of Swan representatives unilaterally rejected the town of Bassendean's offer and expect the council to now endorse that view without a proper independent review. As a councillor representing Altone, I can say that I often hear from residents who wish their suburbs were part of Bassendean or Bayswater government areas. Why? Because there are no services or there are limited services provided by the City of Swan compared to Bassendean and Bayswater. You only have to look around. They tell me themselves, just have a look around, and they've showed me themselves the well-maintained streets and parks of those suburbs to understand where they're coming from. I get it. The conclusion that City of Swan residents are much better off than the town of Bassendean residents is nothing but spin. It isn't true. It insults the people who voted on the motion at the annual electors meeting. It also insults neighbouring local government by suggesting that Swan services are superior when, as the community has told me many, many times, they clearly aren't. This review is not a review. It's very poor quality. It's cut and paste, and it's not worthy of our time and attention. Do not vote for it.
Thank you, Councillor Catalano. I'll ask if there's anyone else who would like to speak for the motion. Does anyone like to speak for the motion? I'll ask, is there anyone who'd like to speak against the motion?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor?
Yeah, thank you. Councillors, this is obviously an important matter because we had the Mayor of Bassendean, Catherine Hamilton, come and talk to us. I'm opposed to this motion simply because I did have an excellent alternate motion that I believe is aligned to what people in the Midland Guildford ward and also the town of Bassendean and people who live in Alto actually would like. But for legal reasons, it wasn't permitted. So I think that the residents of Midland Guildford ward, Guildford, Bassendean, really deserves something better than being sent the report that is attached to the agenda. So for that reason, and for the fact that I think potentially it would be a waste of money, I guess it would cost what, I don't know. I'll let the CEO estimate for is what it would cost. I don't think it would represent value for money, and I think there's a better way forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. And I'll just let you know that I will need a councillor to... Oh, sorry, is there anyone else who'd like to speak for the motion? Anyone speak for the motion?
A couple of sentences.
Councillor
Council,
Provnick.
I would ask you to support this motion because what this motion simply does is it allows people in Guildford who are directly affected by this decision an opportunity to be advised about it. It's very basic, it's very important, and I think we need to take that step. Please support this motion.
Thank you, Councillor Podovnik. Are there any final calls for anyone against the motion? If not, I'll just let you know I need a councillor to foreshadow the officer's recommendation in the event that the motion is lost. Councillor Bowman, your right of reply.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Madam Mayor, I heard from Councillor Catalano about what the residents wanted at the annual electors meeting. But the report that came back from the annual electors meeting from the officers recommended no further action. However, it was myself and seconded by Councillor Zanino that actually asked for it to have a further report. Perhaps some councillors should look to see who voted against that, who didn't want it to go any further. Councillors, the motion that we passed at this council, 10-4 or 11-4, was that a further report be provided to council on the benefits to the city of any changes to the southwest boundary within the town of Bassendean. We have that report in front of us. That is what we asked for. If we wanted something different, we should have asked for that and passed a resolution. We didn't. The CEO and the staff have provided what we asked for, and hence please support my slightly alternative motion.
Thank you, Councillor Bowman. We'll put that to the vote. Those in favour? Councillor Ringo, Councillor Bowman, Councillor Jones, Councillor McCulloch, Councillor Zanino, Councillor Henderson, Councillor Podovnik, Councillor Miles, and myself. And those against? Councillor Catalano, Councillor Dawn, Councillor Knight, and Councillor Howlett. So it's carried. Sorry, and my apologies, and Deputy Mayor. So that was carried. 9-5, thank you. Now we move on to 14.2.2, response to parking petition on Leslie Road in Middle Swan, and that's on page 77. Proposed motion by Councillor Johnson. Councillor Johnson, if you'd like to read out your alternate motion, thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. My motion is that Council resolve to install no parking road or verge signage on the outer curve, western side, on the corner of Richardson Road and Leslie Road, Middle Swan. Install no parking on road signage on the inner curve, eastern and residential side on the corner of Richardson Road and Leslie Road, Middle Swan. Continue to conduct proactive parking patrols to monitor and address any illegal parking behaviours in the area. Notify the petitioners of Council's resolution and proposed actions. Reason for the motion: this change will allow residents to park on the verge in front of their own homes and to control parking on the verge in front of their own homes by phoning the city on 9267 9267 or using Snap Send Solve.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. A question, Councillor Henderson?
Part 2, instead of the word on after no parking, should it say or?
Deputy Mayor, could you hear that?
No, I think on is correct. Because if you look at number 1, that's unchanged from the officer's recommendation. Number 2 is simply the same as number 1, only putting in a sign that is no parking on road.
Okay.
So I believe it's correct. Maybe ask
Thank
the
you.
staff what they think.
Would you like to confirm with staff?
Yeah, through you, Madam Mayor, because could staff advise? I think I don't know if it's Mr. Bishop or Mr. Coton.
Through you, Mr. Stanton.
Heath.
Through you, Madam Mayor. Yeah, the terminology of parking on the verge is correct. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So I'll ask, is there a seconder? Councillor Henderson, sorry?
No, he was the mover.
Oh. Yep. Councillor Henderson, thank you. Is there any councillor who wishes to speak against the motion? There's no one who'd like to speak against the motion. Councillor Johnson, would you like to speak for the motion? He's already done.
Is anyone against?
No.
No, in which case,
it's carried.
Seek advice from the CEO.
Thank you. So we declare that motion carried. Now we move on to 14.3.1, the proposed amendment number 225 to local planning scheme number 17, and that's the additional use of lot 338 number 181 on Morrison Road, Midvale, LPS 17-225 on page 113, and the proposed motion from Councillor Howlett. If you'd like to read out your alternate motion, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so my motion is that the council resolve to not initiate amendment number 225 to the local planning scheme number 17. And the reason for my motion is car transport traffic associated with the intended use of the land as motor vehicle, boat or caravan sales and motor vehicle repair has the potential to conflict with traffic using Grey Drive to access Swan Active recreational facilities.
Thank you very much. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Catalano? Are there any councillors who wish to speak against the motion? Councillor Henderson? Councillor Howlett, would you like to speak to the motion?
Councillors, the future of Roe Highway's connectivity to Morrison Road, or I should say Morrison Road's connectivity to Roe Highway, is in doubt. It is still uncertain. That leaves the potential of car carriers that would be servicing the vehicle, boat and caravan site in question. How will they access this facility if they can't access Roe Highway? And that only leaves Morrison Road, which means we are pushing potentially more traffic through the centre of Midland that's probably not appropriate for it. That is my reason for opposing it. The traffic impact assessment was released this afternoon. I hope you got to read it. It's a shame it didn't come out with the motion. But in reading that, it is the traffic impact assessment that was conducted in 2015. We are in 2024. It's an outdated traffic impact assessment. The other thing we need to think about is the neighbours to this business. We have the Velodrome, which is a very active place. Swan Active, which we've just spent $30-odd million renovating. The Calisthenics Association, Dulcie Ludlow Netball Courts, Midvale Skate Park, the Midland Men's Shed. It's potentially not the right site to be putting a car transport required facility there. They're going to have to go up Grey Drive to unload their car carriers and load them up and access onto Morrison Road. It's just not the right location. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Howlett. Councillor Catalano.
Yes, thank you. Previously, that lot was for commercial use, but it was the kind of commercial use. It was a cinema. It had a dining in, food hall. It was basically the kind of commercial use for that lot that was in keeping with the residential character of the area and also in keeping with the recreational use of the area. It was almost complementary to that. What is proposed is something that's completely inappropriate because it's vehicles, it's a car yard. It's not complementary or compatible to residential or to the recreational use that predominates in that area. And I'm concerned that we're going to start off. This is the first thin end of the wedge for another strip of car yards and that kind of use. And we've seen how that impacts on residential areas coming off Great Eastern Highway, between Great Eastern Highway and Morrison Road. We've got streets absolutely chock-a-block with cars and car yards, and it's really negatively impacting on the residential area. Now, we've got a lot of recreational use adjacent to this lot here, and we do not want it being impacted by, basically streets of similar kinds of parking issues. So it's just not in keeping. And also we need to stop the proliferation in Midland of these huge expanses of car yards. Some areas of Midland have got to be left for residents and for residents to engage in social and recreational activities. It can't all be bulky goods and car yards. It's having an absolute detrimental effect on Midland and Midvale. This is where we stop it. We stop it right now, and we actually start protecting the amenity that we have. It's good. It's a really good place for for a commercial venue to start up there again and complement the uses that already exist in the area. Once the swimming pool is back up to speed, the recreation centre's back up to speed, and we've got the new netball courts that the city is investing a lot of money in, then I believe that a more appropriate use can be found for that site, not one that is actually going to impact negatively on the recreational uses and the residential uses already around that particular lot.
Very much, Councillor Catalano. That's your 3 minutes. Now I'd just like to ask if there's any councillors who'd like to speak against the motion. Councillor Henderson.
Firstly, before I start, I just want to foreshadow that I'll be moving the officer's recommendation should this fail. I find it really quite remarkable that this piece of land is going to, because of a use change, is going to have a magnificent, huge, imposing impact on the local community. Morrison Road is a 4-lane road. There's traffic roaring up and down there all the time, like the amenities not already destroyed. And the other thing is that I just don't see how the last speaker can justify that there's a detrimental effect. The fact of the matter is that Roe Highway is there. There's going to be a significant interchange put across Morrison Road there as well. Those things will all come out in the fullness of time. But the key thing I think that councillors should consider on page 119, point 3 of the recommendation, refer the proposed note, proposed amendment to the EPA for consent to advertise, so everyone can have a say, and once consent is given, commence advertising in accordance with procedures set out in the Planning and Development Regulations 2015. That means everyone's going to get a chance to have a say. This is the beginning of a process that gives the applicant an opportunity to express what they want to do, and if there's a community that is so aggrieved that this horrific development could go ahead, well, maybe they could say so. The reality is people do actually like cars. They go and buy cars. They want a place to go and buy their cars. Wow, there's someone who wants to get into business and perhaps maybe set up a car yard. I don't know what they want to do in that regard. But the point I'll make is they might want a caravan. But there should be an opportunity for this land to be utilised, and there should be an opportunity for the community to have a say in the beginning of a process, and I believe we should allow that process to continue. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Henderson. I'll ask, is there anyone who'd like to speak for the motion? Deputy Mayor?
Yes. Yeah, thank you very much. I'd ask councillors if they could please turn to page 120 in the report, and at page 120 you'll find a very nice aerial photograph or satellite photograph showing the site, and you'll see the site is outlined in what looks like an orangey yellow colour, and what you'll see to the north, which is on the left of the page, is the netball courts. But more importantly, to the south, just across Grey Drive, you'll see our, I think, nearly $2 million skateboard park, which was put there for the children of Midland and Midvale, and it's been tremendously popular. And you'll see children of all ages, especially teenagers, all over that when the weather is suitable. I don't think that use is compatible with having a car yard directly opposite. I think having spent so much money on it, I don't think it would be appropriate to mix the two uses. But let me talk about what the use of that site used to be. I think Councillor Catalani mentioned it. Even when I first moved to the area, I think there was the remains of the entertainment precinct that used to be there. My wife told me, I believe there was a small cinema. There were lots of places where you could get something to eat. I don't believe there was any alcohol there. It was a fantastic location. And I do recall when there was a red rooster there, I think in its declining year when I arrived. So councillors, that really is the proper use for that location. I do believe it would be suitable for takeaway food and things of that nature. And I think it would wonderfully complement the recreational uses that are nearby, because a little bit further down Grey Drive, you've got Swan Active, and you've got the Calisthenics Centre, and I think you've got the Oval. So it's a tremendous location. A car yard in this location is wrong. There are lots of other places in Midland where we could put a car yard, and I personally like car yards, like vehicles, but I think this location is not the best one. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I'll ask, does anyone like to speak against the motion? Councillor Podovnik.
Council, I would ask you not to support this motion. There's a whole heap of discretionary uses already listed for the site. These include consulting rooms, fast food outlets, a lunch bar, a medical centre, a car wash, a restaurant, or a service station. These discretionary uses are already allowed, and tonight we're being asked to include 2 more additional uses. This just gives more options for the site. Traffic is not an issue because the proposed additional uses can be accommodated in the site according to the traffic impact study emailed to us today. The site is earmarked for development, whether it's a Mazda sales and service facility or any other of the discretionary uses already allowed. The impact of these discretionary uses on Swan Active recreational facilities nearby has already been assessed. And it's possible to include these 2 uses without causing traffic problems. Please support economic development. Please vote down this motion.
Thank you, Councillor Podovnik. Is there anyone, a last call for anyone against the motion? Councillor Bowman.
Madam Mayor, just with your approval first, question to the CEO. There's no procedural motion that I'm aware of that we can defer the item for a updated traffic impact assessment, is there? Looking at item 9.1 of our meeting procedure local law.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. CEO.
That's my view, that there isn't a procedural motion that deals with deferral. It would have to be an alternate motion. That alternate motion would need to have been submitted by Monday night for consideration.
Thank you. Would you like to still speak against the motion?
So I'm actually speaking in favour of the motion,
Okay.
Madam Mayor, which is against the approval. I was in two minds of this one. Listening to the debate, I'm still in two minds. I think there's pluses and minuses, but the one thing that I find missing in this application is an updated traffic impact assessment report. Councillor Howell indicated it was 2015. We received that only a few hours ago, and I would have liked more time to actually have a look at that in detail. I have concerns with the location, but I'm also agree with economic development. Because there can't be a deferral motion to allow a updated TIA, I will actually be voting in favour of the motion purely for that fact.
Thank you very much, Councillor Bowman. Now, if there's anyone who hasn't spoken and would like to speak against the motion. If there's no one else to speak, for a right of reply, Councillor Howlett.
Thank you. I think we've covered all things. Now we can just go to vote.
Thank you. Those in favour of the motion? Councillor Catalano, Councillor Dawn, Councillor Bowman, Councillor Knight, Councillor Howlett, Councillor Johnson, Councillor Miles and myself. And those against? Councillor Oringo, Councillor McCulloch, Councillor Zanino, Councillor Henderson and Councillor Prodovnik. Sorry? Did we get that? So those in favour again? Just check. Oh, you want just against? Sorry?
Those against.
Those against. Councillor Ringo, Councillor Jones, Councillor McCulloch, Councillor Zanino, Councillor Henderson and Councillor Prodovnik.
Yes,
I did. Yep. So it was carried and 9-5. 8-6. 8-6, thank you. I look forward to getting that electronic voting up and running. Thank you very much. So we move on to 14.3.2, and I know we've got people in the gallery who are waiting to hear this one. So State Administrative Tribunals S.31, reconsideration, the refusal of Industry Extractive Lot 201, number 165 Reen Road, Gidgee DA 920-22, which is on page 138. Proposed motion by Councillor Henderson. Councillor Henderson, if you'd like to read out your alternate motion, thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. I move that the officer's recommendation be accepted with a change of point 4, and that is prior to the use of the site driveway for the transportation of any materials extracted from the site, the owner is to have the driveway as depicted on site plan N9622-figure-05-G sealed to a standard satisfactory to the City of Swan.
Thank you very much. Do we need to read the whole lot? That's it. Okay, and do I have a seconder? Councillor Zanino? Is there anyone against? Councillor Howlett, do you wish to debate it? Councillor Catalano? If you'd like to start, thank you.
Thank you, councillors. Councillors, this is an absolute no-win situation. The fact of the matter is, it's an A use. We have already been to the first stage of mediation, and it is quite clear that we find ourselves in a situation where if we refuse this, we'd have to go and spend a pile of money, ratepayers' money, on defending something that the likelihood of us winning is very small, if at all, potentially $60,000 plus. We've been in these situations before where we've gone in there and fought the fight and lost. And the fact of the matter is, money doesn't grow on trees. Well, maybe it does. We spend a lot of money on growing trees, but that's not the story. Councillors, we, I don't believe, have any choice here. I would like to support the residents, which is what I did when this came to council first time around. The reality is that things have changed to a point where I don't believe we can win. So as much as this is a difficult decision, it's one that perhaps is not good for the some of the residents who don't want this development to occur. We have a responsibility to assess what money we spend and how we spend it. So, councillors, I seek your support to approve the development as requested by SAT. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Henderson. I had a question from Councillor Howlett.
Thank you, through you, Madam Mayor. Should we be considering the outcome, a SAT outcome, in our decision making before we vote?
Thank you, through you, Mr. CEO.
Thank you. The matter is back before SAT, so the SAT have asked you to reconsider the decision. You need to be mindful whatever decision you take is a matter that goes back to SAT, so it's reasonable you consider what the impact would be at SAT. However, the actual consideration still needs to be made on its planning merits in accordance with the requirements of the Planning and Development Act.
Thank you, Mr. CEO. Councillor Zanino, seconder, would you like to speak to the motion?
No, Madam Mayor, I concur with Councillor Henderson. I have nothing further to add.
Thank you. Councillor Catalano, you wish to speak against the motion?
Yes, thank you. The amount of money that is going to be spent at SAT is not a consideration for this council tonight. What is a consideration of this council is that extractive industry is not permitted in this area zoned landscape. This is again another one of those ones that is the thin edge of the wedge, I suppose, because basically it opens the door to more extractive industry in a zone not permitted. Extractive industry is not permitted in the area where everyone else is conforming to the protection of the natural landscape, topography, biodiversity, ecological value of the natural environments in accordance with the Gidjagana rural strategy. And I have really strong reservations about the extraction of rock from slopes that extract up to 1 metre deep on these slopes. The erosion that is going to result from that, I believe, is going to be impossible to remediate. I think the degradation to the landscape over the next 5 years of removing 1 metre of rock from these so-called fire breaks will create trenches, which will ultimately degrade the landscape of the whole lot, so that ultimately there will be more applications made for more extraction because, the site's degraded, so what's the point now of stopping the go-ahead on more extraction? That's generally how it's done. It's the cut of 1,000 deaths. You do the first lot of extraction, then before you know it, the argument is that it's a degraded site, so you might as well just go and turn the whole thing into a quarry. We've got to stop it now because it's a loophole. It's a loophole. And we've got to stop it now because we've got to stop that kind of environmental damage and loss of amenity to neighbours and also to our own reputation because we are the Gidgagana rural strategy is a shall I say an instrument of this council.
Thank you, Councillor Catalano. That was your 3 minutes. I'll ask if anyone would like to speak for the motion. Councillor, question?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Madam Mayor, through you to probably the relevant staff member. Two things that Councillor Catalano just spoke about and just wanted to see my understanding. She suggested trenches, or talked about trenches. Is there anywhere that in this application it suggests there's going to be trenches?
Through you, Mr. Russell.
Through you, Madam Mayor, no, there isn't.
And Madam Mayor, my other question is, she talked about a loophole. What loophole would that be referring to?
If you're able to answer that, Mr. Russell.
Madam Mayor, I'm not.
Can you kind of expand on that at all?
Well, I didn't make the comment, Madam Mayor.
Thank you.
It was just, there was a statement that said it says loophole, and I was trying to work out what the loophole was, hence my question to the relevant staff member.
Do you have a further question? That's it. Okay. Is there anyone who'd like to speak for the motion? Councillor McCulloch.
Thank you, Mayor. Councillors, some of us have attended the property in question. I have traversed those fire breaks on 2 occasions and understand the topography and the challenge. This is a very specific application applying only to fire breaks, and it is governed by a very strict set of guidelines. The argument that this application sets a precedent for landscape zone is only relevant to another application that presents the exact same set of circumstances, which an unbiased assessment of the application would show could all but never occur. Any further reference to a precedent being set is, I believe, not relevant. City staff have twice now recommended for the application to be approved, also considering further changes through the SAT mediation process. And due to the extent of the reports and the subsequent restrictions applied to the application, in order to comply with the application has even more reports, accountabilities, installing over 1,000 metres of bitumen driveways, fire and tree water tanks and trees before they can even start to improve the fire break. So there's a lot there. And this application we know relates mostly to the property for residential purposes, and the expenses hopefully will help add value to the property and provide traversable terrain for fire vehicles should there be a fire incident. Yes, at extractive industry, it's a discretionary use. Remediate, the fire breaks are going to be improved to provide traversable terrain. It is not degradation to the land because they are fire breaks. There will be no more applications, and to say that, I believe, is unfair. It's not a loophole. There's no environmental damage. They are fire breaks. Amenities to neighbours. I asked questions last week at last week's agenda forum, and the councillors that were there will or understand that some of the responses actually showed that some of the activities at a property abutting this applicant's property, there are some interesting responses. Councillors, please support Councillor Henderson's motion, and let's get on with this and leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor McCulloch. I'll ask, does anyone like to speak against the motion? Anyone like to speak for the motion? If not, I'll ask Councillor Henderson for his right of reply.
Councillors, as I said, this is a difficult situation. Now, one of the things that I had a problem with is the internal fire breaks. I didn't believe they were fire breaks for the requirement of the Act, but they actually exist, if you like, as roads. And the point is that the applicant wants to make them trafficable. But the other issue is that if you go to the outer edges of the property where the fire break is required, there's some really tough terrain there. Terrain that you would not drive a water tanker over. Certainly it would be dangerous to do so. The applicant is going to rip all that out and replace it with a trafficable road, which is what they're required to do for the protection of everyone. Now, there is no further segregation. In fact, if anything, we're seeing an improvement, because I didn't like the idea of one section which had regrowth on it being taken out for extraction. So the applicant moved it to an area where there was virtually no impact, or a very small impact. So they did the right thing in that regard. So they saved that bit of bushland. I'd make a point about the local planning scheme. It's an A use, but in the future, local planning scheme 18 coming up, that's the future, of course. We can't apply that now, but there is an opportunity for community to have a say about this kind of use, extraction in a landscape zone. And my understanding is that it would become an X use, but we have yet to see how that process rolls out. Councillors, the applicant actually wants to build a home on this land, and to build their home, they want to have a safe environment to be able to do so. And what they're doing, in addition to taking the rock out, of course, they are, of course, making it safer to build their home there and to live in Gidgegannup. And they've been there a long time. They're part of the community, part of the footy community, as has been discussed in public deputations. Albeit that this is one at the end of a local planning scheme that will go through. I don't believe it will be a big rush for a lot more, and as such, because of the SAT's request for us to reconsider, we need to get on with it and hear what they say, and that is that we should allow it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Henderson. And I'll put that to the vote. Those in favour? So I had Councillor Oringo, Councillor Bowman, Councillor Jones, Councillor McCulloch, Councillor Zanino, Councillor Henderson, Councillor Brodovnik, myself and Councillor Miles. And those against, Councillor Catalano, Councillor Dawn, Councillor Knight, Deputy Mayor Johnson and Councillor Howlett. So 1, 2, 3. I've got 8. So carried 9-5. Thank you. Now we move to 14.5.3, 2023 to 24, budget review on page 469. Absolute majority vote required, and I'll ask for a mover of the officer's recommendation. Do I have a mover? Councillor Jones, and a seconder? Councillor Ringo, thank you. Is there anyone against? Councillor Catalano, do you wish to speak against?
Only to the effect that I don't agree with some of the adjustments, but I don't want to make a big issue about it, but I just don't agree with them. I don't agree with the adjustments being made to some of them.
Thank you. I'll ask the mover, would they like to speak to the motion? No. Okay, is there anyone who'd like to speak for or against the motion? No, if not, we'll put that to the vote. Those in favour? So Councillor Ringo, Councillor Jones, Councillor McCulloch, Councillor Zanino, Deputy Mayor, Councillor Miles, Councillor Brodovnik, Councillor Howlett and myself. And those against? Councillor Catalano, Councillor Dawn, Councillor Bowman, Councillor Knight, Councillor, we've got up to Councillor Henderson, and it's carried 9-5. And we move to 14.5.5, the sundry debt write-off 2023-24 on page 484. This is absolute majority vote required as well, and I'll ask for a mover of the officer's recommendation. Councillor Bowman, thank you. And a seconder? Oh, do you need to read it out? Seconder? Councillor Jones? Would you like to speak to the officer's note? Is there anyone against? No one against? That's carried. Just check up there. So we move to number 15, motions of which previous notice has been given. 15.1, Councillor Ringo, seating positions in council chambers. Councillor Ringo, would you like to read out your motion? Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This motion is the seating position in council chambers that council resolves to 1, amend the allotment of seating positions at the council table as follows. A, the Deputy Mayor shall be seated at the chamber table with his ward council members seated alphabetically by council member's surname. B, the Deputy Mayor's seat shall not be referred to as the Deputy Presiding Member's seat. C, the person in the role of Manager Governance for the City of Swan will sit to the Mayor's left at the front chamber bench. D, in the Mayor's absence, the Deputy Mayor as Presiding Member shall sit in the Presiding Member's seat. E, whenever any council member in the absence of the Mayor and or the Deputy Mayor is the Deputy Presiding Member, that council member will remain in their allotted councillor seat. And the reason for this motion is to provide good governance and assist with the operational and administrative requirement of council meetings by the Mayor having immediate access to confer with both the CEO, my apologies, and the Manager Governance.
Thank you, Councillor Ringo. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Zanino? Is there anyone against? Councillor Howlett, do you wish to debate?
Sure.
I'll ask Councillor Ringo to speak to the motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Councillors, I won't take up much of your time on this matter, but I will just list a few points as to why it's important to amend the allotment of the Deputy Mayor seating position. Since my election to this council, there has been many times where complex procedural motion has been moved, and we've seen how important it was for the Mayor to have both the CEO and Manager Governance at hand to provide guidance. In the past few weeks, there has been few council meetings where, in my opinion, the Deputy Mayor challenged the Mayor's ruling. An example of one of those meetings was the special council meeting on the 8th of May 2024, where a point of order was called by the Deputy Mayor. He couldn't provide the section for his point of order, which led the Mayor to rule that there was no point of order. In that same meeting, we saw the Deputy Mayor challenge the Mayor's ruling. This is not good governance. In another meeting, we've also seen the Deputy Mayor debating across the Mayor to the CEO. This doesn't allow the Mayor to effectively preside over meetings. The ability of presiding over a meeting is already complex and hard enough, and anything to reduce that would be welcomed to this council. The seating of elected members within council chambers is a matter of council determination. As a local government, we are one of the few that has the Deputy Mayor sitting at the head of the table in the chambers. City of Wanneroo, City of Stirling, City of Bayswater, City of Joondalup and Kalamunda all have their Deputy Mayor sitting with other councillors, with the CEO and other staff sitting with the Mayor, including Manager Governance. In fact, before anyone argues that this has never been done in the City of Swan, well, it was confirmed by staff that it was done by former councillors Lyndall James and, apologies for mispronouncing his name, Councillor Kovalis, on the 4th of July 2018. Councillors, it's important that the Mayor has the Manager Governance and CEO sitting next to her to provide guidance and advice, especially as we're a council that often deals with complex procedural motions. Also, there is lots of exciting and wonderful things that needs to be done and achieved in the Midland Guildford ward that it would be great for Councillor Johnson, who is a long-term councillor with many years of experience, to work with his fellow councillors and guide in delivering in his ward. And to close my debate, I would like to remind councillors that Councillor Johnson is a council like Lisa Councillor like the rest of us. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Ringo. I'd ask Councillor Nino, would you like to speak to the motion?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Councillors, I rise to support the motion. I'll start by saying that council meetings have changed significantly over the past decade at the City of Swan. If you go back many years, the role of the governance officer was merely another role. Very few questions or procedural questions that needed the governance officer's attention were put on council. You'd rarely get one or two. Unfortunately, come 2024, the workload of the governance officer has, I'd say, quadrupled, being called upon constantly to give advice and having to walk across from the seat to speak with either the CEO or the presiding member and give the appropriate advice. I think that we can all agree that it makes sense, it's just common sense, that the governance officer is seated alongside the Mayor and the CEO, because her role is important, and as I said, it is now constantly being drawn upon. I mean, so it makes no difference whether the Deputy Mayor sits down here. I think it's important for the governance officer to sit at the front table, and that way the governance officer can do their job, whoever it may be, in an appropriate manner without having to run up and down, and they can have direct dialogue with the Mayor, who is presiding over the meeting, and the CEO. So it just makes sense, councillors. It's not pointing the finger at anyone. I think in today's day and age, with the requirements that are happening, as Councillor Oringo said, there are very complicated procedures and things that are presented to this council. There are a lot of questions asked. There's a lot of, points of order that need the governance officer's attention. And I think that the appropriate place for the governance officer, considering the workload, is at the front bench. And I urge you to support this motion.
Thank you, Councillor Zanino. I'll ask, does anyone like to speak against the motion?
Question, Madam Mayor.
Question, Councillor Bowman.
My question's on the legal advice, so probably looking to you or looking to the CEO what needs to happen.
We need a motion to go behind closed doors, Madam Mayor.
Yep, so we need that motion to go behind closed doors. Those in favour?
No.
Oh, sorry, a motion to go behind closed doors.
Mover.
Councillor Bowman.
Seconder.
Yep, so mover was Councillor Ringo, and the seconder is Councillor Jones. Thank you. Is anyone against? Okay, for those at home in the gallery, we need to move behind closed doors for a confidential item, and we will resume back online shortly. Okay. So when we come out from behind those closed doors and we come back into the gallery, we'll let the people at home know that we're back online, and then again we'll be going back behind closed doors. After, yes. That part. Thank you very much. Okay, can you just let me know when we're back online, please? Wait, online? Okay, welcome back to those in the gallery. We moved behind closed doors for some questions from councillors to staff that were confidential, and we now move back to the motion that we have, which is 15.1, Councillor Oringo, seating positions in council chambers, and I'll ask if there's anyone against who'd like to speak against the motion now. Councillor Howlett.
Thank you. I'll be paraphrasing a little bit because I didn't write down exactly, but Councillor Oringo pointed towards examples that she found to be demonstrating the Deputy Mayor to be, this is my paraphrase, disruptive. But I'm not sure that changing his seating is actually going to change the nature of Councillor Johnson. That is, I think, his style. I don't think that, in my opinion, changing of seating should happen at the next council election when we have fresh faces. That's the time that we should be changing the seating, not mid-term. If the and Councillor Johnson may likely not be the Deputy Mayor when his term finishes, which will be in line with the next round of elections. Councillor Zanino alluded to the manager of governance having to run up and down. Well, I don't think that's very true. I think that with the current seating arrangement, the CEO finds it quite easy to access the manager of governance and through that filter system get the requirement through to the mayor. Basically, that's all I have to say. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Howlett. I'll ask, does anyone like to speak for the motion? Anyone like to speak against the motion? Councillor Johnson.
Yeah, thanks. Just very briefly. First of all, I'd like to thank Councillor Zanino for playing the ball and not the man. My next point is, I don't mind where I sit. I really don't. But I think we might find that some people don't like the fact I'm being moved at this time. The proper time to move a motion like this is, as has been moved, this motion has been moved before in special meetings, I think in 2023 and in the special meeting of 2021. And the appropriate time to move this motion is in the special meeting of 2025. My view is that it just doesn't matter. I was really surprised that there was all the legal advice, and I was even surprised there were even questions about it. Look, in my time on council, people have moved before. There were reasons why some councillors didn't want to sit next to one another, and on other occasions there have been temporary moves. I do recall once Councillor Parasolitti moving during a meeting with my resolution of council to move to sit next to me during a debate. So council, it's not that unusual. It's no big deal. I guess the question for me would be if the mayor's got the governance officer on one side and the CEO on the other, what happens if the CEO and the governance officer don't agree? You're going to have two conflicting views. Anyway, I'll leave them to work that out. So, councillors, I'm opposed to it because I think it's the wrong time to do it. Do it in October 2025. I wouldn't do this to anybody else. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Deputy Mayor. All right, councillors, I'll ask if there's anyone else for the motion. I'd like Councillor Henderson.
Briefly, Mayor. Simply, your role is a difficult one. It's a complex one. There's definitely a lot of motions that come before us for determination that require a lot of information and input. And whilst we do tend to try and nut those out at agenda forums, certainly at the council meetings, things can change rapidly. Having the CEO and the governance officer there with you to be able to quickly resolve those issues, for me, is a good process. It's good governance, and I believe we should be able to move forward quickly and efficiently with our meetings if we do so. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Henderson. And I'll just ask last and finally, does anyone like to speak against the motion? If there's no one who'd like to speak against the motion, I'll ask for Councillor Ringa's right of reply.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm just going to close this debate. We heard a lot that was said by councillors here, particularly I just wanted to leave it as a question to councillors here before you vote. Wrong time, I heard when is the right time for good governance, if it's not now. And we also heard that, you know, directly from the Deputy Mayor that he himself, that he doesn't mind where he sits. So I think that is a very clear indication that he's very happy with whatever decision council will make. And so I think I will just leave it at that. Please support my motion. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Ringo. Councillors, I'll now put that to the vote. Those in favour? So I had Councillor Ringo, Councillor Bowman, Councillor Jones, Councillor McCulloch, Councillor Zanino, Councillor Henderson, Councillor Prodovnik, and Councillor Miles and myself. And those against? Councillor Catalano, Councillor Dawn, Councillor Knight, Deputy Mayor, and Councillor Howlett. So it's carried 9-5. Thank you very much. Now, councillors are about to move into some confidential items. So we will be going offline for the public for a short while, and we'll resume that when we come back. Thank you. Just shut this door here.
We're live now, Madam.
Thank
No,
you.
you can leave it open.
Oh, we can leave that one open. Okay. Councillors, for those watching at home, we returned from behind closed doors. We had some confidential matters that were discussed this evening, and those were 15.2, which was, 15.1, seating arrangements, Councillor Ringo. Oh, I've lost my sheet. Councillor Ringo, seating positions in council chambers, and council resolved 9 votes to 5 that the council resolved to 1, amend the allotment of seating positions at the council table as follows. A, the deputy mayor shall be seated at the chamber table with his ward council members, seated alphabetically by council member's surname. B, the deputy mayor's seat shall not be referred to as the deputy presiding member's seat. C, the person in the role of manager governance for the City of Swan will sit to the mayor's left at the front chamber bench. D, in the mayor's absence, the deputy mayor as presiding member shall sit in the presiding member's seat. And E, whenever any council member in the absence of the mayor and or the deputy mayor is the deputy presiding member, the council member will remain in their allotted councillor seat. Then we moved on to 15.2, which was Councillor Bowman's revocation motion to revoke the appointment to the CEO Performance Review Panel, and that was 9.5, which was that Council resolved to 1, revoke the appointment of Councillor Catalano and Councillor Howlett to the CEO Performance Review Panel. Move on to Part B, which was Part B, which was carried 9.5. Council resolved to 1, terminate the appointment of the Deputy Mayor, Councillor Johnson, from the CEO Performance Review Panel, and 2, amend Policy C185, CEO Performance Review, to remove the automatic appointment of the Deputy Mayor to the CEO Performance Review Panel by removing the words Deputy Mayor in 1, Clause 4.1b, and replacing the words 3 additional councillors with the words 4 additional councillors. 2, Clause 4.1d, and adding the words at the panel's first meeting, it will appoint a deputy presiding member from amongst themselves to preside in the absence of the mayor. And 3, in Clause 4.5b, and removing and or. And 3, appoint Councillor Zanino, Councillor McCulloch and Councillor Bowman to the CEO Performance Review Panel. And the third item was Councillor Knight, Elvira Chalet, expression of interest, Lot 5, number 13, Elvira Street, and that was carried. Move the officer's recommendation. Which is, just got to find it on here. The last page. I had it written here.
The offer of sale, isn't it?
I just need just to find the officer's report here. Which is on page 28. So council resolved 8.6 to 1, approve the sale of Lot 5, Elvira Street, Vivash, to realise Residential WA 7 Pty Ltd, ABN 71652 741 841, subject to the requirements of S3.58 of the Local Government Act 1995. 2, endorse the CEO to engage with residents of Elvira Chalets to advise of the sale process. 3, authorise the CEO to commence public advertising of the intended disposition in accordance with S3.583A of the Local Government Act 1995, and if any submission on the proposed disposition are received, a report to be returned to Council to consider the submissions as per S3.583B of the Local Government Act 1995. Point 4, if no submissions are received relating to 2, above, the CEO is authorised to finalise the disposal. 5, a deed of agreement be executed between the buyer and the existing residents prior to the settlement. Point 6, the proceeds from the sale to be transferred to the city's strategic development reserve. And point 7, keep the financial details of this report confidential until after successful settlement of land transaction. So thank you very much for those that were watching tonight live, and thank you for waiting till the end. And I close this meeting now at 10:24. Thank you.